let's see. Okay. Okay, so lesson learned for the next time. I changed venues because I had to look after a cat. Okay, yeah, because I have to look after a cat, so I changed venues. And apparently, when I plug out my my mic and plug it in back in again, Discord doesn't. Discord. I mean, my streaming software doesn't seem to understand that it's the same mouse, the same mic. So I had to plug it in. I had to plug it back into the software again. So luckily, I just heard myself on the test screen, so everything should be all right. And YouTube doesn't give me any problems anymore. Or at least it shouldn't. It still doesn't like something. Okay, do you guys still hear me? Can you guys still hear me? Yeah. So that's good. Now I need to check one other thing. Seems I can't do anything about that. Weird. Okay, don't know why YouTube is giving me a problem. Anyway, it looks like everything is alright, so the current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. I think that's not suggestion. Okay, stream is healthy. Excellent. Good. Then we can continue. My apologies for the delay. That sometimes happens when you change venues, apparently. And then you'll have to see how things go. So back to where we were, where we left off. Like I said, today I will help you reach your I will help you on your process reaching your writing goals with writing sprints. We will do several of them, and between the writing sprints we will talk about how your writing sprint went, and did you run into any problems, and if so, you can always let me know what problems you ran into, and if I can help you, or perhaps someone else who is watching, or someone in my NaNoWriMo cabin might join in later as well and would be able to help. So there are lots of ways, and if you are watching the live stream later on when the stream is ended, you can also just leave your questions in the comments below, and I will respond to them later on, no problems. In the meantime, there are a few things that we will see how they go. Like I said, I am in another venue, so sometimes I will have to check how things are, because I have a cat around here somewhere, and I have to keep a sort of an eye on her. She's a sweetie, but sometimes she'll need a bit of love and attention, and I don't mind giving her that. Unfortunately, I cannot show her to you because she doesn't like to be picked up. So maybe in the future you might see her one day. I will also have a look at NaNoWriMo, the National Novel Writing Month. I will do that, I think, after the second sprint, or maybe the third. I will have to see. And then we will. I will have a look at what NaNoWriMo is, for those who don't know yet, and what the goals are. It seems the possibility of the goals have changed. So it might be that you have a better, how shall I say that, a better achievable goal for yourself, which of course might be funny. And of course, we will see if I can reach 2.5K words today. I don't know. Last time I wrote just short of 2,400, so I will have to see how it goes. And again, I have had a very busy week. I'm preparing a room in my house for or making it. I want to make it a room where I can write and work on my other hobbies. So I need to create a workspace there. So I've been doing a lot of cleaning, and I've been to the dump to throw away old stuff and things like that. So I had to get up early in the morning. I think I got up about 5 a.m. or so, but that's okay. I don't mind. It's all for the greater benefit. And yeah, after the long week, with again building up my hours and extra work, it was a good week, but it was tiring. So every now and then I might yawn. It's not because you guys are boring or my story is boring. It's just because I'm a bit tired. So I think that today's stream will end around 6 p.m. because I think that will be the max for me. And then we will have 4, maybe 5 word sprints, maybe even more. It depends. It all depends on how it goes. So, and one thing is very important to keep in mind for today, especially if you are in the northern hemisphere and you are in a country where it is warm. And here in the Netherlands, it's somewhere between 25 and 30 degrees. So it's quite warm. So it's important to have your water with you, drink enough, and make sure you have some snacks, that you also get some sugar and salt, because you will sweat even though you are sitting down writing. So you will lose moisture, you will lose salt, and you need to replenish that. So that is very important. So keep that in mind, please. And make sure that you get through the day. And that is also one of the things we will look into in later episodes, where we discuss, I will talk a bit more about NaNoWriMo. So that is what I have planned today. I hope you join in the writing sprints, and I hope you have fun. Like I said, I expect to do at least 4 writing, well, maybe more, at least 4, might become 6, since now I have a proper timer set at my phone. And from there we will see. And I need to make one more note. Yeah, okay. So here's what we're gonna do. And that was, I have to correct myself, that is what we're gonna do today. And I have my drinks, I have my snacks, so I'm ready to go. I hope you guys are ready to go as well. I wish you a happy writing, and let's start our first sprint of the day. And that was the sound of the end of our first sprint. How did you guys do? I managed to write 389 words in this first sprint. I had to look for a way on how to continue because a few things had come together in the previous session from last week, and now I need to have my my main give orders to those who or to all the dragon riders. So that's quite a challenge. I need to say that properly. Like I told last time, I am more a discovery writer than someone who plans everything out in detail. And it's fun. It's not always easy. And like in this case, I'm still working on a background story of Naja and Nejat, and I have no outline whatsoever for this background story. I just know where it needs to end, and I know what kind of information that I need, and I'm continuing with that. Hold it. It's not supposed to go to the sprints. My apologies. I have no idea why it did that. I know that I need certain information, and I hope to be able to find that information. And of course, that's always the challenge. Let me put it that way. But it's a fun challenge. Now I need to check something else. Okay, this is still going on. Phew. It really isn't handy if you keep on clicking something wrong that you're not supposed to click away. But that's okay. I managed to fix it again. And now I need something else. I think this one. Yeah, exactly. So you see me, in contrast to the previous times, you'll probably notice that I am wearing a headphone. Normally I just use that to check if the sound is working correctly, like I did in the beginning. But as it turned out, the neighbors here decided to play some music, I think outside or in the garage, and I could hear it here, literally, and that's okay. I mean, it's summer, but it's not quite handy if when I'm writing. So I put some background music on for myself, to have that in the background for, while I'm writing. It helps me to focus better, and it helps me. I find that it sometimes also helps me to get new ideas. It's a fantasy music I have playing in the background, so that relates much more to a fantasy story than any other music, of course. I do not play it on stream because I don't know if other people like the music, and I'd rather not play it on stream, so that you guys can play your own music and enjoy that. If you play music while you're writing, and that way my music won't interfere with your preferences, and you can just keep on writing. I think this is the first time in a long time that I have used writing music while I'm writing, but that's okay. It's also fun to do. So I didn't really discover anything new at the moment. It's it's all just arranging things and seeing how they are going, how the dragon companions are going to stop this group. My apologies, to stop this group of thugs, and to make sure that the Flattening family is safe. I have no idea what we will find in the forest and what we will find deeper in the forest, in the ancient forest. That is something I'll have to discover together with the dragon companions and the village guards, and we will see. Like I said, I'm a discovery writer, which means that I how shall I say this? Which means that I do not have a completely detailed outline. I work with keywords and key sentences in my outline, and usually I might write a paragraph, but that's just about it. And for me that is enough. And in this case, with this background story, well, I don't have an outline at all, and that is a challenge to write. And at the same time, it's also fun because it's not a project that I intended to write, so I'll just let it go, and see where it takes me. And I do have one goal in mind, and that is, or I do have one, I won't say scene, but a state of how Najat is and how Naja is at the beginning of the first book. I have an idea for that. So I'm working towards that in one way or another. And that is how I work with this background story. It's a fun thing, and I have no idea how it will go, but I'll have to see about that. In the meantime, I would like to start another sprint again of 25 minutes in a few minutes. In the meantime, I would like my apologies. I seem to have a problem somewhere, although I'm not quite sure where. But that's okay. Everything seems to be working, so I don't know. I have no idea why I'm getting error messages, or warnings rather. At the moment, everything seems to work correctly, so I'll just go on. And I would like to continue with another word sprint of 25 minutes, and let's see how far we can get. I hope to reach my session target of 500 words. In word sprints, in those 25-minute word sprints, I always try to write 500 words. That is my session target, and I write in Scrivener. And one of the fun things in Scrivener, one of the easy tools that I use is project targets. And you can, with project targets, you can set a target for your manuscript and for your session. And I have a target for my manuscript set, of course. It's not a fixed target for me, but it's more something to work towards. And I have a session target, and the session target is partly to motivate me, because Scrivener shows the bar of the session target, and in the beginning it's a light blue color, and once you get to once you pass, I think the halfway mark or something, it's starting to go green. And of course, when you have reached 500 words, it's fully green. And you also get a pop-up message telling you that you have reached your session target. Fun thing is, when you remove a few words and you come below your session target, you also get a pop-up telling you that you haven't reached your session target anymore. And then when you reach your session target again, you will get again a new pop-up telling you that you have reached your session target. So those are really small milestones you can use while writing to see, or to motivate you to keep on going. And it's not that how shall I say this? It's not the word count target it's not a fixed target that you have to make, but it's a means to an end, or at least that is how I see it. Except for those 50k words in November for NaNoWriMo. But at this moment, just outside of NaNoWriMo November, the word count goal for me personally, is a means to an end, to see how far I can go, and to keep progress for me. A sort of accountability in a way for myself, so that I can keep track. And I mean, it's not that I need to write, I don't know, 20,000 words, for example, in this background story. I'll just see where the background story takes me. I have no freaking clue. But seeing the fact that already I am with this background story, I think well above 10,000 words, counting my total from last August as well. Let me see. Yeah, if I include my total from last August, I'm at 13,000 words. So it's really just to keep an eye on things, to see an accountability to motivate me in a way, to keep on writing. And it seems to work for me. No idea why, because it's not that I have a fixed amount of words for this background story. It's just it progresses, and I think that is the key as to why it motivates me to keep on going. So let's continue with another sprint session to keep on going, to move forward. And I hope that you have been able to write a decent amount, or edit. I don't know what you are doing. Are you editing your novel? Are you writing a new outline? Are you working on world building? Those are all excellent things to be working on, especially during these few months before NaNoWriMo. And also just when you are starting with a new novel, or when you seem stuck with your novel, it's always good to work on your outline, or work on your world building, or a character story, character background. Maybe do a character interview if that helps. Things like that. Or maybe see how the history of a certain building is. Why was it built? Why were the details there made? What's the significance for the people now? What was the significance of the building when it was built? I mean, was it built, I don't know, a few years ago, just to offer a solution for housing problems, or was it built eons ago, thousands of years ago, and has it just been discovered, for example, or has it been in use for thousands of years? I mean, you don't know. It's all possible. So that's also good to work on, and it's just a little bit of world building that maybe you don't use it, but it helps you to break through a few things. And maybe you just use a tiny detail. I mean, don't go writing a whole novel about one building that plays a role in your book. I mean, writing a book about one thing in your book, that might tad too much. But yeah, that's it can help. It can help break you through things. So let me just finish one message from my Discord members. Okay, so with that out of the way, I'll need to have. I'm in the process of discovering what is going to happen in the forest outside of that village that still not has a name. That's also part of the world building I need to solve before I start. Before I start my writing my third draft of the novel. Yeah, there are still names in this background story that I really need to solve and need to discover before I start writing the third draft. But that's okay. That's all part of the process. I'm pretty much used to using dummy names, so I will see about that later on. So, without further ado, let's start a new sprinting session of 25 minutes. I wish you guys good luck, have fun, and let me know in the comments if you are, or let me know in the chat how you are doing. And if you are joining us later on after the live stream is done, let me know in the comments how you are doing, what project you are working on. And if you have any questions about world building, about character development, story development, etc., etc., no personal questions because I won't answer personal questions. Sorry about that. No, sorry, not sorry about that. So, yeah. All questions related to writing and world building, I will answer them as best to my abilities, as best as I can, and or I will ask for help, or perhaps one of my cabin members will answer. If you'd like to join our Nano cabin writing group on Discord, we are on Discord. Check the link in the description below. I have included the link to the Discord, and if you would like specifically to talk about world building, then join the Discord of my studio. That's in the description below as well, and that way we can talk specifically about world building. And if you want to be notified in the future of new live writing sessions, hit the subscribe and like button, and that way you will be notified. Oh, and hit that bell as well, because that way you will be notified properly. Because I found when subscribing to other channels that I regularly miss the notifications because I didn't properly set the bell for the notifications. So when you subscribe, you also need to check the bell on how many or how often you want to get a notification of new content from the channels. In this case, the live streams and other things that I have planned for the future. So, without further ado, let's start a new writing session. I wish you guys good luck and have fun. Small reminder, we have 2 minutes left of our sprint. I hope you're doing well. Happy writing. That's the end of our second sprint. And how did you guys all do? I managed to write 568 words, which means that I reached my session target, which is a good thing. And the plan is seemingly starting to form much more for Najat, which is a good thing. Oh boy. Lots of things are good things, apparently. Let me get back to here. Exactly. It's plans are starting to form. People are preparing more and more, and I think that in the next writing session, I might discover how big the thugs group actually is. Or maybe not. I don't know yet how far we will get into the forest. That is something I will need to see. Right now, let me just say I am allowed to tell you guys that the Tergaenae High Council has become a bit more, shall we say, in an approval mood. So they have allowed me to tell a little bit more about what I discover. So that's good, and about what the Inky Winged Beats discover. But this is probably something the Inky Winged Beats reporters won't be joining, at least not in the forests. We'll have to see, but I don't expect them to follow. It's a dangerous place where they are going, and it might not be fit for everyone. So I will see how these reporters will follow, if they will, and if so, how they will prepare themselves for this dangerous situation. My apologies again. So how did you guys do? I hope your writing went well. Like I said, I managed to write 568 words. So I'm slowly going further to my target. So that's nice. I'm so far happy with the results I'm seeing, and what I'm discovering. Discovering new sides from the Jot, things I didn't know yet. The brothers have a nice bond. That's good as well. And well, ancient magic, ancient forests. It will be interesting to see how the how other companions react to it, and how the village guards react to it. I think especially the last one. I mean, the companions are more. They are. How can I put this? They are more trained to come into far more unexpected circumstances, and to land in far more unexpected circumstances, and to basically they need to be prepared for everything. And sure, they do not always like magic. It doesn't mean that they disapprove of magic. Absolutely not. But in this case, ancient magic, that's a whole different ball game. And I have no idea how the dragon companions will be influenced by it, and also how the village guards will be influenced by it, because the dragon companions, of course, they are used to the magic that their companions have, the dragons. They are used to how that works and how that influences them, because it does influence the dragon companions in a certain way, and that differs per dragon companion. So it's not like there is one definitive way that each dragon companion responds to the dragon's magic. No, it's different for everybody. But the village guards, that's a whole different ballgame, because they are not used to the dragon magic, and most of them probably won't be used to other magic as well, or either, I mean. And the human, or the body, the people's body is not always made to accept magic and to deal with it properly. And in the future, in future books, you will also see how that can play out, what the results can be when a commoner, let me put it that way. I mean, there are many different kinds of peoples in Tergaenae. It's not just humans. It's all kinds of peoples. It's peoples that look like meerkats, for example, or who have more lizardish features, and I have to say also elf-like, orcish-like. There are really a lot of species, a lot of peoples in Tergaenae, and they mostly live in a happy play, or happy relationship. Let me put it that way. But it doesn't mean that their bodies are always made to accept magic, and that can be a problem. So I'm curious to see how these guards will respond, and how the rest of them will deal with it, because a lot needs to happen, a lot needs to be done. That's for sure. I mean, they have 150 flutter nymphs to relocate. That's not an easy job. So we'll see. And they have to deal with the thugs who may or may not actually know magic and who may or may not actually know ancient magic. It all depends on who's pulling the strings and who is pulling the strings from where. So we'll have to see about that. I have no idea. From the information I have gotten so far, I have discovered so far, it seems that the thugs, the outsiders, it seems they are afraid of at least the ancient magic, because they have forced the flutter nymphs to go into the ancient forest to get certain mushrooms there, and they don't venture into the ancient forest themselves. So that means that they apparently might be afraid of the ancient forest and of the ancient magic. That might be a good thing. So I don't know what we'll discover. I don't know what these outsiders will do. I don't know how the dragon companions will be influenced by the ancient magic, and how the commoner guards will be influenced by this ancient magic, and what the results will be. Especially that last. I mean, the results could be horrific, but they can also be good. I don't know. Magic is it's really a thing on its own. It's like I said in a previous live stream. Magic is its own character, and that means that one way or the other, magic will look for ways to be magic and to do what it wants to do. And that's not only for the more common magic, but it's also valid for the ancient magic. So we'll have to see. I have no idea. Seeing the time, it's 4:30. I suggest I will run one more sprint, and then we will take a look at NaNoWriMo before, of course, running another sprint. So I hope you're all set. I hope you have your drinks and your snacks with you, and my apologies. I got distracted. I hope you have your snacks and your drinks with you, and bring your music as well if you'd like to listen to music. So I wish you all happy writing, and let's start another sprint. And that is the signal of the end of our sprint. How did you guys do? I managed to write 700 words, so I'm well over my session target, and some surprises have come to me. I can't divulge into that. It appears that the Tergaenae High Council does not want me to reveal this information yet. I'm not sure why, 'cause I think this is just some basic information about ancient magic, but they haven't approved of it. If we are lucky, the Inky Winged Beats might put it into the gossip section of the Inky Winged Beats, but I cannot promise you anything about that. I fear that if they do it, we will only find out after the live stream at some point in the coming days. I feel that the dragon companions are in for a surprise when they go into the ancient forest, and it's a good thing. I feel that at least some of the dragons will be in the vicinity. I mean, you can't move 24, or rather you can't, it's not wise to have 24 dragons. Yes, 24, that's what I'm talking about. It's not wise to have 24 dragons near the forest and near the ancient forest when you want to deal with those thugs, because those thugs see those dragons coming in. I mean, that's all my imagination, right? But these thugs, imagine that these thugs see those dragons coming from the sky and see them in the fields in front of the forest. What do you think they'll do? They won't show themselves. They will try to get away from the problem, and they will return later once the dragons have gone and once the dragon companions are gone, and then they will continue with whatever they want to do. So they won't show up. They will just hide themselves. Let me put it this way: that is what I would do if I were them. So yeah, 24 dragons isn't that much. So they decided that it's not it's not going to be all the dragons. It's only the dragons from Nejat's team who will be near the ancient forest, or at fields near the forest, I have to say. That information I can tell you guys. I doubt that the thugs will get to know that in this short amount of time. I mean, they will be surprised by the dragons, I have no doubt about that. But how will they respond to that? I don't know. We will see. It's surprises all around, it seems. In this case, Nejat was surprised as well by something. My apologies again. By something the officer of the village shared with him. It can be a good thing. I hope it is a good thing, but we'll have to see. Either way, it's fun to discover more and more about this. Let me think. Is there something else I am allowed to say? No, there really isn't. Yeah, no, wait. Yeah, there's one thing I am allowed to say. The relocations of the nests of the flutter nymphs are not going to be easy, because you have to imagine the nest of a flutter nymph is about as big as a cup, maybe a teacup or a very small bowl, or the largest ones, but those are really exceptions. Maybe the size of a tankard, I don't know, something like this, but those are really exceptions. And they are attached to the trees. They are built on tree branches and against the tree trunks, and they are attached in a special way. So the dragon companions and the village guards need to be very, very careful in removing them and making sure that the nests can be relocated and can be properly attached to a new tree again. Because otherwise, there's this family that won't have a home anymore. So that's going to be a real challenge, and I'm looking forward to see how the dragon companions and the village guards will handle this problem. I have no idea. I'm also allowed to tell you guys that the beggar children from earlier, from the beggar children we saw in earlier live streams, they are concerned. They are really tense at the moment. They stopped playing with the dragons, even though more dragons arrived, and there are dragons in those groups. There are who are really playful and quite, in a way, quite young. So they really want to. They really like to play with the children. Let me put it that way, and the fact that the children, I mean, what child does not want to play with a dragon if a dragon is in a playful mood and wants to play with the child, and allows the child to climb on top of the dragon and to slide down from the paws and the legs and such. If you have a chance as a child to do that, I mean, who wouldn't want that? And now these children who have been taking care of the dragons of Najat's team and who have played with the dragons of Najat's team are now concerned. They are tense. They don't play anymore. They just sit around and seem to feel at least not good. In a way, that is what the dragons, what Najat's companion has told him. So they expect that things might turn, I don't know, might become ugly, might become weird, might become, I don't know. They fear about the Flutter-nymphs. They fear about the dragon companions, that they will be hurt. So it's not going to be an easy thing. And I feel, but that's something I still have to discover. I feel that these beggar children know a lot more than they have told us, and I don't know, maybe they know these outsiders way better than the village guards think, and than has been revealed up until now. So yeah, that's it. It's not easy to see how that goes, and where it will end up, we will have to see. Then, for something else that's not easy to tell how it goes yet, is NaNoWriMo. For those who don't know yet, who don't know NaNoWriMo, let me give you a short introduction of NaNoWriMo. NaNoWriMo is the National Novel Writing Month, and you can just skip the national part, or rather adjust the national part, because it is now a full-blown international global event. It is a month in which each and every one of us who writes and who wants to write in whatever capacity is challenged to write a novel or a script of 50,000 words. And that is a true challenge. It's not easy to do that. It means that you have to write 1,667 words each day, every day, from November 1st until up until and including November 30th. That's the challenge. It starts in your own time zone. So that's easy. So in the Netherlands, it starts at midnight Central European time. At that time, it's winter time, of course. So Central European time, Amsterdam time, midnight on November 1st. It starts. So it doesn't start at 6 a.m. or 9 a.m. on November 1st because it's all related to your own time zone. So that's easy. So you only have to keep track of your own time and not the original American time, because it is originally an American event. So that's the easy thing. The challenge is writing those words. The challenge is writing 1667 words each day and every day until up until November the 30th. And it is something that not everybody manages to do. But that's okay. The fun thing is, when I say not everybody manages to do, the greater part of everybody who takes up that challenge doesn't manage to do that. And still we do it every year. Or many people do it every year. I have done it several times. Last year I didn't manage to do it at all because I had too many things going on with post-COVID or long COVID. So yeah, that was just not feasible for me. But there are a lot of people who don't manage to do that, and we all still have fun. It's not a challenge to, I don't know, get good grades or something in your work or something in hell, I don't know. I have no idea. It's a challenge you set yourself, and it's a challenge to be creative, to ignore everything else around you, basically, until you have written those words. And that's not easy. But it's fun. You discover what you can do creatively under such a time strain, under such a deadline. Can you do it? Do you manage to do it? Have you prepared enough to be able to do it? Or are you just pantsing all the way? For those who don't know, there are 3 types of writers during this event. There are the planners who plan with outlines, maybe up until the last tiny detail, and maybe just like I do with keywords and key phrases, and that's it. Well, no, I have no. I'm more a planter. That's considered to be a planter. That's the second one. The planner is really someone who knows a lot more in the outline already, and some might as well just write the outline and that's it. But oftentimes planners have an outline that has quite a lot of details in it already. The pantsers, on the other hand, have no outline at all. They just freewheeling to see where the story takes them and to see just what on earth they can do, and which characters they meet and what the universe is they work in. Also, there are of course pantsers who do have a universe, a world they created, and from there they just start writing. There are pantsers who might have an idea for a character and nothing else, and they just start writing. The planners, in contrast, they have their outline, they have their characters, they have their character sheets, they have their the basic point of their worlds. You name it, they've got it. Or at least that's a big part of the planners. In between the planners and the pantsers, you have the planters, which I am. In my case, I write an outline with keywords and key phrases. I might write down a quote, or I might write a piece of text that is important to include, like some kind of spell or some. I won't say poem because I'm really bad at writing poetry, but I don't know, something that's important on a scroll or whatever. I might include that in an outline. I might include a small conversation if I think that conversation is important to include in that particular way. Otherwise, I have no idea. Otherwise, I'll just write based on the key phrases and keywords that I included in the outline. Oftentimes, I also hear that planters do not necessarily have done a lot of world building. They'll just, like the planters, just see along the way. In my case, I have done a lot of world building because I have the experience by now that I really need it. Tergaenae is a high fantasy world, and it is a world where a lot of things have happened in the past. That's all I have discovered. And I'm not quite allowed to share that information. We will have to see if the Tergaenae High Council allows me to share more information about Tergaenae, about the world of Tergaenae, not only the characters but also the world of Tergaenae in the future. But in my case, I discovered a lot about the world of Tergaenae, about the plants, about the creatures, about the history of Tergaenae, and not only, let's say, the past decades or the past centuries, but also the history of thousands of years ago, and some history of how the planet is formed, how continents were ripped apart, things like that. The influence of deities, and there is influence of deities, let me tell you. No, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to tell you, but yeah, I can confirm there's a lot of influence about from the deities, and it's not always good. But yeah, deities, multiple, plural, and I mean that. It is a world rife with magic, where commoners live alongside those who have magic, or should I rather say, where those who have magic live alongside commoners. Commoners allow them to live there often enough. Of course, there are places where mages are not allowed, or people who have innate magic are not allowed to keep on living there. I mean, that is one tidbit I can tell you. A person can be. I have to explain that correctly. A person with innate magic can be born from two common people who do not have any magic at all, and not in their bloodline either. So it's not like it's set in stone that a person who is born with magic somewhere in his or her bloodline has magic. No, magic chooses a person who magic deems worthy. And it can be a person from a family who has never had any dealings with magic in any sort of way. So, in that respect, Tergaenae is a surprising world, and it is a challenging world. It can be a dangerous place. It can be dangerous, and for the characters, it's not always easy to live in. But at the same time, it's also for them a good place to live in. Would I want to live there? I don't know. I mean, our current technical advantages are really awesome. I mean, I can talk to you guys and no problems. In Tergaenae, there are other ways to talk with people in other countries and people from the other side of the planet. You just have to know how. You have to know the ways. And there are also other things. I don't know. I mean, magic has its own charms, I think. But would I want to be transported to the world of Tergaenae? I don't know. I don't know. It's I mean, it's an incredible world. It has dragons, and only for that alone, I mean, I would love to move there. And at the same time, I think I would miss so many things here. I mean, family, friends. I mean, that's logical. You will miss them, but also the possibilities we have here, the technological advantages we have here. Although some might be in another way in Tergaenae, of course, and it's not set in stone. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But in that respect, Tergaenae is it is not a modern world like we live in. It's you could compare it to, I don't know, probably at least several hundred years ago, or maybe even longer. And because there is magic, and because, I mean, magic has a great influence on several things, also on communication, for example. But there is no industrialization, for example. But magic, people have ways to use magic to help them to make processes easier. But it comes at a cost. I mean, here we need electricity to run our computers. I mean, how else are we going to run our computers? We need all kinds of things to make sure that we have food, that we have water, that we can go to an office to work in, or wherever you work. Things like that. And in Tergaenae, that is different. So yeah, I don't know. Would I want to be transported there? I would love to discover more of the world. I would love to discover more of its characters. So in that respect, yeah, I would love to be there. I mean, seeing the dragons in real, seeing all kinds of other creatures, like the flutter nymphs, like other creatures I haven't told you guys about, but creatures I have discovered, peoples I have discovered. It's incredible. But I think in the end I would want to go back here. I think. It also all depends on what my life would be there, what my life would be like there. I mean, people here have migrated to, have moved to other countries on the other side of the world, and have flourished there. So I don't know. I have no idea. So yeah, but that is how I plans through through NaNoWriMo. Um, so I have things prepared, but I haven't set my outline, for example, in stone. I haven't written it in stone. Um, I give myself the freedom to deviate from it if it's necessary. If it makes the story better, if it makes the characters better, if it makes the relationships better, I will deviate from the outline. Um, it might mean that I have to completely rewrite the rest of the outline. I mean, if that makes the story better, I will do it. Um, but it also might mean that it's just a few tiny things and that's it. And I can just continue with the outline and everything goes all right. Knowing myself, knowing that I have the tendency of writing things in later chapters and in later books that might originate in the first book, or like right now I need to write this background story. I need to discover more about Najat and Naja and their teams and their relationship to be able to properly write everything in the books, and not only in the first book but also in the later books. So I have I have the tendency to write things later on that have an origin in earlier parts of the series. So that way that is why I give myself the freedom to deviate from my outline, because in case or because if when I should say when I see that including, or that when I have written that part and it influenced, or it has its origin somewhere else, it has its origin way earlier, then I will need to adjust the outline, and I might need to include other information, like and hopefully in the future I can prevent another complete rewrite. In this case, it won't be a complete rewrite of the book, although I need to adjust several chapters and I might need to add again several chapters. I don't even want to know how many chapters my book right now is supposed to have. I've also decided to just keep on writing, and only when I have written most of the series, I will make the cuts of where the books end. I do have ideas of where the books will end, but I have no idea if that will be feasible. I mean, if that will mean that my first book would be 1,000 pages. I think that might be way too much. I have no idea. So that's something I'll have to look at. But it is the freedom I give myself. And I think, especially as a planter, you need to have the freedom to be able to write your story without the limitations of an outline that is so immensely detailed, like planners often use. I do say often because I know there are planners who do not use such extensive detailing in their outline, but I know there are a lot of planners who actually do that. And for me personally, I'm not judging if someone should or shouldn't not do that, but for me personally that doesn't work because it doesn't give me enough freedom. For others, I know it does work to have that amount of detail in the outline, because otherwise they cannot properly continue, or they have too much freedom and thus cannot properly write their story. And that's the beauty of the difference between writers, between authors. Everyone writes in his or her own way. I know, for example, that Diana Gabaldon from the Outlander series, she she doesn't write chronologically. It's something I cannot do. I need to write mostly. I need to write in order. I say mostly because I have written a chapter, a scene. Well, it has become a chapter, a long chapter, about a confrontation between Nausea and Najat, and that will play in, at the earliest, the second half of the second book, but more probably in the third book. I have written it because it wouldn't let me go. So I just needed to write that chapter. And that chapter showed me that I needed this background story. So I did that. I started working on this background story. And that's okay. That's okay. And I knew, while writing that chapter, I knew that even though it wasn't my, it wasn't chronological because it played way later, but I knew I needed it, because having that chapter meant I needed more information, so I needed to write this background story. But not only that, it showed me that I needed more foreshadowing and more information in the first and probably the second book. So that's how I came to include more in the new outline. And yes, there will be more chapters. Yes, there will be more characters, but it makes the story better. At least the way I have it now, it will make the story better. In the end, I will have to see if I have to delete some characters or whatever, but right now this is how I'm going to write it, and that is how I planned through NaNoWriMo, how I planned through writing my books, writing my fantasy books. And the beauty of being an author is everybody writes in his or her own way. So what works for me might not work for you, and that's okay. That is, I mean, there is not one way to write. There is not one story to tell, because I mean, then all stories have already been told. And I know, there are so many people who say, yeah, but all stories have already been told. Yeah, but not in your way, not with your point of view, not with the way you feel and the way you think. And that is important. And that is why it is important that you have a writing process that is suitable for you, and not necessarily also for someone else. And it might be that someone else's writing process is also suitable for you, but it's also very well possible that someone else's writing process is absolutely not suitable for you. But that's a process of discovery. You will find that yourself if it's suitable or not suitable for you. Speaking of writing, I would like to take a very short break of, let's say, 5 minutes, and which means that I will be back at 4:40 p.m. Amsterdam time, and then we will start another writing sprint. So be sure to check back in 5 minutes, and I will see you later. I will see you then. thank you for your patience. I'm back again. I checked on the cat, who is now contently eating. So that's good. Apparently she needed some persuasion. And she has been sitting and lying in the sun, I think. So that was a good thing. So she's doing all right. And I'm happy with that. So, Tergaenae. There weren't too many secrets I could divulge yet, but hopefully in the next session or after the last session, I might be able to tell you some secrets about the ancient forest. I'm very eager to get back in there, or to get to there. So let's see what I can discover and what the characters will tell me, and especially what the Tergaenae High Council will allow me to tell you guys about the ancient forest and everything else. And it will be fun, I think, or fun. It will be interesting, I think, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what these thugs are made of, and what they will do when the dragon companions show up. So yeah, let's get into it. Let's start another writing session of again 25 minutes. Let me set the alarm for that again. So I wish you all happy writing, good luck, and let's do another word sprint. And that is the sound of the end of our sprint. How did you guys do? How did your writing go? I managed to write 572 words, which means I made my session target again, which is excellent. And I now have a total of 4,613 words, which means I only need about 400 words to reach the magical 5K. So I'm definitely going to do one more session to see if I can reach the 5K 5K word count. Wow. But in the meantime, let me know how your writing session went. I did get some gossip that I can tell you about. Well, let's just hope the High Council does not find out that I know, or that I mean, they know I know, but that I told you guys, because they might not like it, but I'm taking the risk here. So I'm gonna tell you. So, here's the thing. The dragons have magic, we all know that. They have innate magic, we also all know that. As it turns out, these dragons have ancient magic. So all companions are already used to ancient magic. Which of course in this case is a good thing, because they need to go into the ancient forest, which is rife with ancient magic. So for them it should not be a problem, since ancient magic has already deemed them worthy. We will have to see if in this case they are also deemed worthy to enter that area, because there's a difference between being deemed worthy to access the ancient magic, in this case communicate with the dragons, and being allowed to sit on the dragons' backs, etc., etc. In essence, be allowed to do their job as a dragon companion. Otherwise, if ancient magic would not have deemed them worthy, they wouldn't be a dragon companion. That's quite, looking at it that way, that's quite logical. So that's a good thing. The fun part is that Najat's companion thought that Najat already knew about that. And it turns out that Najat did not know about that. He did not know it was ancient magic. So yeah, that's something he did not see coming. So he isn't too happy about the fact that he didn't know it. But okay. And you know, when let me rephrase that. You know, when people say, oh, in our ancient scripts it is told that, well, a similar thing is what dragons have. They have stories as well. Of course they don't write it down, but the stories get told, and they have a huge memory, and they have a very, very good memory. And I cannot tell you guys right now how that works. Hopefully I will be able to do that in the future, but right now the Tergaenae High Council deems that way too risky to tell that to anybody. So they weren't too happy when I discovered how it works. But well, for me the cat's out of the bag, so no use crying over spilled milk. So okay, Tergaenae High Council thought, okay, I know it, but that's the limit. You cannot tell anyone else. So we'll have to see how that goes in the future. as for going into this ancient forest, as it turns out, the dragons knew or know that ancient magic has in the past deemed commoners who had no dealings with any kind of magic at all in their own life and generations before them were deemed worthy of accessing that area that had not this particular area, but a area with ancient magic. And they didn't turn mad or anything. They was just allowed to be there because of their character, because of how they were. So in this case, Najat's companion suggests that instead of letting the village guards guard the old homes of the flutter nymphs, they will see right there and then who gets to guard the old homes and who gets to go into the ancient forest. Because even though the dragon companions are used to ancient magic and have been deemed worthy to deal with it in the way they have been dealing with it with being a dragon companion, it doesn't mean that they are deemed worthy to enter that particular area with this ancient magic. So that's going to be a test for all of them. So I'm very curious to see what I'm going to discover about this. Will all the dragon companions be able to enter the ancient forest? Or are there perhaps some dragon companions who can't enter the ancient forest? I don't know. I'll have to discover that, and so far they haven't revealed it to me yet. But it's interesting to see this development, and I literally have no idea. But we'll see. I'll see where it takes me. And of course, Finlay and Seamus, Najat's brothers, adoptive brothers, did want to tell Najat something, but there was a little bit of time. But at least they told him their father understands why he left Dragon City the way he did, instead of doing what he was supposed to do. So what the impact of that is going to be, I have no idea. That's something I will find out, I guess, later on. But at this moment, I feel it's a good thing that both Seamus and Finlay are here, and will be able to play witness when they return to Dragon City and tell the father of everything that has happened. I feel it might help Najat in dealing with the whole not being there when the delegation arrived. In other words, not being there when his prospective fiance was to arrive. Of course, it's the big question if Naja has actually arrived, because I mean, I have no idea. She's supposed to have arrived, but I have no idea if she actually arrived. That is something I will discover as well. So yeah, those were the few tidbits that the Inky Winged Beats were able to divulge, and a few things that the Tergaenae High Council might not want to have been known, but well, it's here. And of course, because the Inky Winged Beats tells it as gossip, they can always deny it. I mean, that's the beauty of gossip. You can deny it as long as you want. Of course, at some point the truth comes out, but they can play with that. I mean, doesn't everybody do that who is confronted with gossip about themselves? So I have no idea. We'll see about that. I'll have to wait and see what the Tergaenae High Council is going to do about it. If they are going to do something about it, I have no idea. And how things will progress from here. It's a challenge. It's fun, and I think I might be lucky that the Tergaenae High Council does not have any power here. I mean, here on Earth, instead of, I mean, in Tergaenae they have all the power, but luckily not here. I think that's my luck. I mean, yeah. So, I will do one more sprint. See if I can take it to 5,000 words. That would be awesome. Let me know in the comments and in the chat what you are working on and what your goal is, both for now in your project and potentially also for November. Do you have a goal in mind? Are you going to participate in November? Are you going to be a rebel and just continue with your story? Oh, I totally forgot to check. Speaking about Nano, I think, but I have to check that. I already announced. I already made a. I already made a project, so right now, apparently, okay, wait, let me try it differently. Let's see. No, I cannot see that. Unfortunately, no. If I'm correct, okay. Wait. Maybe I can. I can find it in a different way. Let me see. That's interesting. I'm logged in and now I'm logged out again. Oh, okay. Let's try that again. I'm logged in. Okay, I have no clue as to what's going on. Oh wait, let's see, announce new project. No, that's not it. Oh wait, let's see, can I... I thought it was changed, but apparently not. I don't know. I thought they now had a split goal. but because I already announced my novel and already submitted the information, I cannot see that anymore. Anyways, 50,000 words in November. Are you going to participate? Are you going to write that? Are you going to work on a new novel? Or are you going to progress with a current project? Are you perhaps doing what I do, redrafting, writing a new draft for your current project? Okay, so you're not writing a new novel, but you're writing a new draft of your current novel. So in essence, you're writing a novel. Let me know in the comments down below, and let me know what project you're working on and what are your challenges for that project. And are you focusing on character development, on a story? What kind of world are you using? And things like that. Do you have a theme in your book, in your project, I should say? Those are all things I'm very interested in. Please let me know in the comments, and I will respond to them as soon as possible. Well, for me, I'm just redrafting my my current novel, for which I'm currently writing the background story of one particular relationship. So I'll have to see how that goes. It will be fun. I have at least 1 week of a holiday, perhaps also a second week, I'm not sure yet. And it's in the end of November, so at least I will have 1 week to finish that 50,000 mark goal. I hope I will be able to finish that, and I hope I will be able to work on NaNoWriMo, to work on my novel the whole month, just every day. That would be awesome. I'll have to wait and see. I have to see how it goes. I mean, the future is unpredictable. It's unpredictable as unpredictable the weather is. I mean, yeah, now it's still sunny with the blue skies. It's warm outside, and in a few days it might rain. I have no idea. Although I do think it's going to stay a bit warm, or at least a bit warmer than 20 degrees for the coming days. We'll have to see. So let's start one more writing session, one last sprint of 25 minutes for today. I think that makes this the 5th word sprint. I haven't properly counted it. It's my apologies. Anyways, 25 minutes to reach your goal today. Be it editing, be it outlining, or writing in your story, writing your character background, writing your outline, whatever your project is, whatever you were working on. Let's write for another 25 minutes and see where it takes us. Happy writing! Guys, I need to check something out outside. Some of the birds outside are making a ruckus, so I hope it's alright. I'll see you in a bit. I will keep the sprint on going so you can keep on writing. Thank you. Seems like it's just a little argument over some food with two birds, so all okay. And that is the sign of the end of our last word sprint. How did you guys do? I managed to write another 548 words, bringing my total to 5,161 words, which means I both completed my session target and I completed my goal for today with with reaching more than 5,000 words, which also means that if I'm correct, I wrote more than 2,500 words today, which means that I completed my goal for today's live stream, which is awesome. And I'm very happy with the result. Let's see how many words I exactly wrote. One moment, I'm checking something. Yes, to be exact, I wrote 2,775 words today. So I more than made my goal of 2,500 words. So I'm very happy with the results in that respect. And which means that I am well on my path to success, according to the NaNoWriMo site. It's always good to know. And I was surprised by something that happened, something that I discovered. And would you have it, the Inky Winged Beats made it into a gossip. No news, no, because for that we would need the approval of the High Council. No, we just turn this into gossip and we'll see how it turns out. So, I have the latest gossip for you. And this is the final gossip of today, because I mean, I cannot give you any more. Well, today that is. So, the final gossip of today, brought to you by the Inky Winged Beats, straight from Dragon City. You remember that Nejat is supposed to be in Dragon City, supposed to be home to receive that delegation with the princess who is supposed to become his fiancée. Well, yeah, that is still supposed to that is still in the future for him, but Seamus and Finlay, his brothers, convinced their father, and they didn't need that much convincing, according to the gossip. They convinced their father to include an escape clause in the contracts. And would you have it, it's not a marriage contract that we're talking about. No, it's an alliance contract. And you have to know, between these two kingdoms, there is an old alliance that runs back hundreds, if not thousands of years. I think, if the information I discovered is correct, this alliance runs back at least thousands of years. I think, if I'm correct, I think 2,000 or 3,000 years. So that's really a very old alliance. Not something that you would just easily break. This alliance contract is renewed every year until there are 2 eligible children who are of an age of marriage and who might become married to each other. Then the renewal is not only a normal renewal of the alliance, but it is a renewal of the alliance through marriage. So that's a slight difference. And in this case, their father, so Nejat's and Finlay's and Seamus' father, is going to include an escape clause in that particular contract. An escape clause that Nejat has the final approval over. An escape clause that means that if, for whatever reason, the two children, being Nejat and Naja, whom he doesn't know yet, really cannot see it work, either way, either one of them, the whole contract is, or the whole marriage part of the contract is off. It's annulled, even before it starts. I don't know any specifics further, so I don't know if there is something about a timeline, or if there is supposed to be a exchange of money or whatever to make it work. The gossip does not reveal that information. But at least Nejat has a way out. And he has the final say about that way out. So he's a happy camper. And I mean, of course, he just would prefer to go to Dragon City right now to take care of that. But yeah, they still have that problem of those counterfeit people and the fake coins and things like that. So they first need to solve this because, well, since they are there with 24 dragon companions, they might as well solve it right now. Or at least the part that can be solved in this village, for which I still don't have a name. So that is the latest gossip I can bring you straight from Tergaenae. Unfortunately, I haven't had it confirmed yet. The Inky Winged Beats are not, the reporters are not in the mood to reveal their sources. And I can understand that because this is sensitive information. And if this information is either confirmed or denied, or turns out to, then, well, let me put it this, if it's either confirmed or denied, then no harm is done. If it turns out to be very, very wrong with dire consequences, yeah, then there's a real problem. So possibly for the Inky Winged Beats themselves, the newspaper itself, but that's a very old newspaper. So my guess is the newspaper itself will be safe, but the sources may not. So they are keeping a lid on their sources. They are not telling anyone about anything, just making sure that the sources are safe. So yeah, that's what that's the news that that was just revealed. I haven't heard any response, any reactions yet from villages. I do know that that Nejat is happy with it. Of course, his brothers are happy for him as well, so that's a good thing. But how villages will respond, I don't know. We'll have to see when the Inky Winged Beats and the latest edition gets out. I have no idea. I have no idea as to how the public will respond to that gossip. And of course, I mean, this might be sensitive gossip. I mean, if it reaches the other kingdom, for which I don't have a name either, while the alliance is already several thousand years old. So yeah, that's some world building I still need to do. Anyways, when that news reaches that, or that gossip reaches that particular kingdom, how will they respond? How will Naja respond? Because, I mean, we don't know anything about Naja yet. I haven't discovered anything about her yet. So that's going to be interesting. And with that, I end today's live stream and I wish you a happy day. I'll see you next time.